came from.
There it is, man, you're in there. Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, there wasn't any even in. I need a motion to come out of executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
Mr. Parsons moved, Mrs. Smalley seconds that we come out of the executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're out of executive session. And now we're going to reconvene our meeting from March 16th.
Madam President, you need to actually adjourn the meeting first. Sorry.
Okay, as we did.
Adjourn?
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion, we adjourn?
Second.
Been moved by Mrs. Bond, seconded by Mrs. Smalley that we adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned. Okay, now, we are going to reconvene our meeting of March 16th. And this meeting will be to approve the levy rates for the school year of 2021 and 2022. Do I hear a motion?
I'm sorry, Madam President. There is a section on here for delegations. We need to know if there was any delegations just for the hearing.
Is there any delegations for the levy rates? No?
Okay.
No delegations, okay. I'll need a motion for the levy rates.
I make a motion to accept the levy rates.
Second.
Mr. Parsons moved, Mrs. Smalley seconds, that we approve the levy rates for the year of 2021 and 2022. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The levy rates are approved. Now we'll start our regular meeting. If you'll please stand, I'll ask Mr. Parsons to lead us in the pledge.
We need to adjourn.
I'm making a
sorry.
motion we adjourn.
Second.
Meeting.
Okay, moved and seconded, we adjourn from the levy. There's just too many meetings.
I'm
here.
sorry, I'm sorry.
3 meetings.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, Mr. Parsons, if you'll lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
There we go.
Our first item on the agenda is special celebrations. Mr. Flowers? Good evening.
It's not. One of them. No.
On now, I think. 1, 2, 1, 2.
You're good.
Very good. Okay. Good evening, Madam President, again. Board members, Superintendent Sachs, and all of our guests tonight. We appreciate you being here with us. Tonight, we're going to honor our 2021 Marshall University Carter G. Woodson Lyceum Black History Essay Competition winners. And this is a wonderful thing from the W. Page Pitt School of Journalism, and of course, I'm a proud graduate, so I like it when they come here. Huntington High School had over 80 students participate this year, even though we're during the virtual time and everything else, so that's pretty amazing. The 2021 local Black History theme was diversity and racial justice. The competition was open to students in grades 10 through 12, and the following students received first place. And will these gentlemen please step forward, and ladies? We've got Benjamin Patrick, and Levi Strider, and Isabella Atkins. And they'll come down here for just a minute, but we have some very special guests with us tonight. Dr. Bernice Morris is here, the Carter G. Woodson Professor of Journalism and Mass Communications, and he'll introduce all of our other friends from Marshall.
Madam President, board members, Superintendent Sachs, parents, teachers, and students. As director of the Dr. Carter G. Woodson Lyceum at Marshall University, I am pleased to join you again with my entourage to praise the work of Cabell County teachers and students, this time for the Black History Month essay competition. Last month, we were here honoring students and teachers in the Black History poster competition. I'd also like to plug our Summer Institute for Teachers, and we will announce the selections soon. Now for the present occasion, this was the second year of the essay competition, which is the brainchild of Corey Cunningham, a graduate student and member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity. He also coordinates the university's fraternity and sorority programs. I always remind you that Carter G. Woodson was a local school graduate and one of your former principals, and a coal miner before he became the father of Black history. He was also a member of Omega Psi Phi and worked with its members in establishing what is now the annual Black History Month celebration. Before I introduce Corey, I'd like to introduce other members of my group. They've been asked to keep their comments to 50 words or so. With me today are Dr. Mary Beth Reynolds, and Dr. Reynolds is the Associate Vice President, Academic Affairs, Interim Dean of the College of Arts and Media, Dr. Wendell Dobbs, Dr. Montserrat Miller, Executive Director of Drinko Academy, and Professor Janet Dooley, Director of the W. Page Pitt School of Journalism and Mass Communications. All will say a word or two except Mary Beth, who is here observing our great relationship with Cabell County Schools. Wendell?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and actually I'm the father of a graduate from Cabell County Public Schools, so it's a particular honor for me. So I serve as the interim dean of the College of Arts and Media. We have the School of Music, the W. Page Pitt School of Journalism and Mass Communications, School of Art and Design, and the School of Theater and Dance. And within the School of Journalism is the Carter G. Woodson Lyceum, led by Bernice Morris, and we're very, very proud of that. It's been a very busy year, thanks to Bernice, and we appreciate all of his hard work. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Black History Month essay contest, whose winners we are celebrating today, is one of the newest components of the evolving collaborative relationship between Cabell County Schools and Marshall University's Dr. Carter G. Woodson Lyceum. I'd like to thank all the board members and Superintendent Sachs in particular for supporting that collaborative relationship, Professor Bernice Morris for his able leadership of the Lyceum, and Mr. Corey Cunningham for taking the initiative to establish this tremendously successful contest. The Drinko Academy is pleased to offer its support to the Lyceum and to participate as a partner in this collaborative endeavor. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
I
appreciate this opportunity to commend these students and the others who participated in the essay competition. Their professionalism is notable. Their composition, their clarity of thought, command of the language, their proper spelling, all exceed expectations. But it's their compelling personal narratives of their experiences engaging race that are captivating. They are markers of the analysts and problem solvers to come. We appreciate their work and the partnership with Cabell County Schools.
Thank you. Corey, would you please tell the board about how you got started and tell them a little bit about the winners?
Madam President, board members, Superintendent Sachs, and everyone, hello. My name is Corey Cunningham.
Hey,
as the-
Corey.
I want to stop you just there. If you either raise the mic or take your mask off so we
Okay.
can hear you better. 'cause you're-
Sure, can you hear me
you're
now?
on.
Oh, yeah, perfect, all right.
That's good. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. But as Berners alluded to earlier, my name is Corey Cunningham. And like my fellow colleagues, I'm pleased to be with you all this evening. But before I dive into the winners for the competition, I would like to thank a few people who helped make this competition successful. But even with that, Carter G. Woodson, he's best known for being the father of Black history. But he also has a great book titled The Miseducation of the Negro. Miseducation is a key word in that title. Woodson said, those who have no record of what their forebears have accomplished lose the inspiration which comes from teaching of biography and history. That quote is powerful, and it led me to create this competition because I do not want the young generation to become inspired to accomplish great things. Many people have accomplished a lot in regards to racial and social injustice right here in Huntington, which became our theme for this year's competition. It is in part due to uplifting the community, which Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, an organization Woodson and I belong to, strongly encourages. Other members of our fraternity include Hall of Famer basketball player Michael Jordan, as well as Hall of Fame, Shaquille O'Neal, and comedian Steve Harvey, and many more. I would first like to also thank Huntington High School and all the teachers, Mr. David Williams and Ms. Hughes, that involved to help. They truly are amazing. Next, I would like to thank our students who are enrolled in the honors section at Huntington High and their parents. You all should be very proud of yourselves, but also parents should be very proud of their students and your writing skills. I would also like to thank our judges, Dr. Greg Suzanne Ferguson, Professor Janet Dooley, Jacqueline Proctor, and Dr. Kelly Johnson, and co-creator Bernice Morris, who helped judge these incredible essays. On to our winners of this competition. This year, our first place winner received $100, and our second place received $50, and third place received $25. So you all have already heard some of our winners, but I'd love to just say them again because we just, like I said, we're so proud of them. From our 10th grade competition, our second place winner is Patrick Klaus, and our first place winner is Benjamin Patrick. From our 11th grade division, our lone winner is Levi Streeter, and from our second grade division, from our 12th grade division, we had 3 winners. Placing in third was Alexis Puskas, and our second place winner is Makai Barlow, and our first place winner of the 12th grade division is Elabella Athens. Again, I thank everyone who participated in this competition, and for those who will be returning to Huntington High School, I encourage them all to re-enter the competition next year. And again, I thank you all for giving me your time.
Well done.
Board members, if it's okay, would you mind to pose for a picture with the folks
We
here
would
from
be
Marshall?
delighted.
Hey, Jed, could we wait till after the next
Oh,
one,
yeah,
if you don't
I'm
mind?
sorry.
So if they can just be on deck?
Yes, on deck.
Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Riazzi, are you here? Okay, there you are. I couldn't see you back there. Would you please step forward, sir? Now, last year we were supposed to honor Mr. Riazzi for the first year of winning this competition. And, of course, the COVID happened and we didn't have an in-person meeting. So this year we're going to honor him for 2 years because he won it again, the National Center for Women and Information Technology. Aspiration in Computing Educator Award. It's a 2021 award. It identifies exemplary formal and informal educators who play a pivotal role in encouraging 9th through 12th grade students who self-identify as women to be successful And Mr. Rialzi has done that. He was also the 2020 Aspirations in Computing Educator Award recipient. Mr. Rialzi, can you step up here in just a second and tell us a little bit about what this award means?
Sure. Madam President, members of the board, particularly new member Shaw, thank you for joining us today. And Superintendent Sachs, I'm proud to be here before you today. I see that I truly believe that providing a high quality, free and appropriate education is a human right for everyone around the world. And I particularly see that providing a STEM education to students in this county and this area is one of the civil rights battles that we have going on right now. Cabell Midland's AP Computer Science program was recently recognized with the AP Female Diversity Award for the amount of females that we have enrolled in that program. And as a math and computer science teacher, I find it particularly important that diversity in my classroom is not just accepted, but it is encouraged and celebrated, because diversity in a classroom is directly correlated with how deep the learning is of students in my room. So again, I hope to be here with you last year. That didn't work out, so me and my students just went ahead and won the award again for you. And any time that a teacher gets honored, it in fact is always a student award, because without my students, there would be not a chance that I'd be up here before you. So again, there's rooms full of students behind me who've provided me with the opportunity to speak to you today. So thank you.
Thank you. You
Now,
know,
maybe we could do a photo.
Well, I just wanted to tell the gentleman that it's such a prestigious award to win, and compliment him on his work that he does. I mean, it is fantastic. I mean, the work that you do. So, well-deserved honor, well-deserved. So happy that you got it 2 years in a row,
Well-
and that you could come this year and celebrate with us.
Thank you very much. With
Thank
the
you,
students
sir.
that I have, it won't be the last time you see me.
We hope not. Okay. What, for pictures, Mr. Flowers?
No, our pleasure.
Let's do the Huntington High students and yes, from Marshall, if you want to go over there. In front of the railing. We'll kind of space out as much as we can.
We're going over here.
I know, I want to shake people's hands so bad too. It's like, whoa, whoa.
Right here real quick.
Congratulations. Yay, you. So well done.
Our next item on the agenda is the update on redistricting proposal.
Yes, Madam President, thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to ask for Scott Leopold with Cooperative Strategies to come forward and to provide an overview and information as to where we are at this point in planning for possible redistricting for our elementary, middle, and high school. So, Mr. Leopold?
Great, thank you. I think we're pulling up the presentation as we speak. You should have it in front of you so you can kind of pan through it as we go. Some of the maps are difficult to read because some of the change areas are somewhat large. Keep in mind that we have an online school locator that anybody can type in their address and find out exactly if they're impacted and which schools that they're assigned to. And so I'll try to go through these the best I can and try to call the streets out as we go through it. But just as a refresher, this is our overall process that we followed. We had a kickoff meeting where we talked about some preliminary guiding principles, so balancing utilization, considering travel time, and maybe the alignment of feeder patterns as we work towards developing a scenario for feedback. We then went into developing this scenario. We did this internally with district staff, and transportation was heavily involved as we were going through this process. Understanding the why, again, our immediate needs, we've got overcrowding at the Village of Barboursville. Our current enrollment is 633. Our capacity is 643. So we're pretty much at 98%. We're really right at capacity. It's by far our largest enrolled elementary school. Our other short-term needs that we have, we've got some new facilities coming online. Davis Creek replacement opening in 23-24, Meadows replacement opening the same year, and of course the Milton replacement as well. So as we kind of go through these options, there's a couple different phases. We've got some changes that we can make next year to release some of our immediate needs. We've got some other changes that we really can't implement until we have those new facilities online. As we get into the data, I'm just going to kind of show this first. This shows what our enrollment and utilization looks like now with our 2020-21 enrollment and utilization. And so you can see, if you go down, you see a percentage for every school. And so I would point out Village of Barboursville is at 98%. And then if you go to the scenario at 10, that shows what the enrollment would be based on our scenario. And so Village of Barboursville, for example, goes down to 86%. And I would say that's probably the biggest change that we have in the area. The changes that are in and around the Village of Barboursville associated with that elementary are the most impact. We've got some other changes that we've made throughout the district to kind of balance some enrollment between some schools or clean up some feeder patterns, but they're not as large in scale or impact as those changes that we made in the Village of Barboursville. And then we show just in detail how many students basically go from what school to each school. And this is all shown on the map as we get forward in the presentation as well.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yep, and so this shows the same information, but for the 23-24 school year. And so this takes that second phase approach. And so I would look at that Village of Barboursville again, and we get from, flip my page here. We get down to 444 students once we have that new Davis Creek Elementary School, which is the major relief that we have. And so we'll have some little relief next year by moving students to some adjacent schools to make some impact, but the big impact comes when we have that new Davis Creek facility online.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that the net change is not an additional change. It's the total change from where they are
Cumulative,
currently.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to our first map. This is the Village of Barboursville area for the 2021 school year, and so this will be next year. And so as we look at this, the area that we have in red on the top of the map goes from Guyandotte to Cox Landing, and at the same time it goes from Huntington East to Barboursville Middle School, and from Huntington High to Midland High. And so it's 12 elementary kids, 9 middle school students, and 17 high school students. And so that's what those numbers mean in those arrows to kind of illustrate what that change is. And if you look at the map, I don't expect you to get your magnifying glass and read the roads on there. It's designed to be kind of zoomed in on the PDF. But that kind of, if you follow that line towards the west, the last street that would be in that Cox Landing boundary is 3 Mile Creek Road. And so that's kind of where that line ends on that west side there. If we move to the south, the area in green goes from Village of Barboursville to Altizer, Barboursville Middle School to Huntington East, and Midland to Huntington High. And so that's that whole Guyan River Road corridor there. And that's all currently at Village of Barboursville. Moving on to the area that's in purple, this is an area that would go from Village of Barboursville Elementary to Nichols. And so the areas that we have in here, this is Mud River Road, that area that's currently zoned to Village of Barboursville, and Meadow Creek Drive. That's on the north side of, I think it's 60 there. And then on the south side, we have Linville Drive and Clark Drive. And so, again, these are just, I don't know why this is jumping around on me. So those are those three changes there. Now moving on to that kind of small change on the south side. This is the Village of Barboursville move to Martha, and this is that Lucky Lane area right there that's actually relatively close to Martha. The last change that we have here in this area, this is actually a middle school only change for right now. This will have implications once we get the new Davis Creek boundary online and those areas. So this is Barboursville Middle School to Huntington East and Cabell Midland to Huntington High. And this will align with a future change that moves from Davis Creek to Heights Saunders. And so we thought it was better to make those elementary or make those middle school changes now so that we don't have to transition those middle school kids later while they're already in middle school.
Okay.
So that was kind of our logic for having those phase 1 and phase 2 changes in this area. So these are the changes for 23-24 once we have those new facilities online. And so I will go into this Village of Barboursville area where that blue is in much more detail, but that shows the area where we would move from Village of Barboursville Elementary to the new Davis Creek facility. And so that's not the only area, but that would be in addition to the existing Davis Creek that we have now. And then you can see we have that area that is currently, that we just talked about. This would move from Davis Creek to Heights Saunders, and that's along Route 10, and that's west of Walter Blankenship Road, that area that's in yellow there. This is the whole package altogether, so you can kind of see the end state of the scenario. Those are all of the change areas across both phases of the change. And then I thought it was important to just kind of get a
Hey,
closer.
Scott, I apologize. I just wanted to pause for a second
Sure.
to make sure if they have any, current questions as to where you're at this point, but also that the PDF that we're going to have online, you can zoom in on it to see the roads much better. So I know I see you all studying, which
Yeah.
is exactly what we were doing through this.
Right.
We kept zooming in, and so there is the opportunity for when this is out
Yeah.
to sort of for the public to be able to zoom in. So I just wanted to share that.
And Jed said that it's already uploaded. It's already there
Perfect,
for
thank
people to zoom
you.
into. But
Okay, good.
also importantly, if you want to get an even better view than the PDF, the school locator is limitless. You can zoom into your house, and again, you can type in the address. You can toggle layers on and off to see how they change between the options. The last piece I wanted to explore in this area was just to kind of zoom in on this Village of Barboursville area that we talked about. We spent a lot of time looking at that Pea Ridge area and what a good natural divider looks like. And we kind of follow Baker Street, or is it Baker Drive? I can't remember which it is. Baker Road, sorry.
It's road, I believe, yeah.
And all those points that connect to Baker Road, like those little cul-de-sacs off there, they would go to the new Davis Creek. And then you get across Route 16, you see where the site is. This thing keeps jumping on me. You see where the site is with that orange dot. That shows where that new facility would be. And then that area along Davis Creek Road, that's already at Davis Creek. And then the other Village of Barboursville area that is south of 60, that's to the west of that, would be part of the new Village of Barboursville boundary. Okay, now we move just a little bit south. This area was a little bit complex because we had, this whole area was basically zoned to Heights Saunders with the exception of the area that we're moving to Heights Saunders from Davis Creek. And so there's an area down there that's all split up at the middle school and the high school level. And so what we did in this area is we wanted to just align Heights Saunders 100% to Huntington East and Huntington High, so we don't have these little micro feeder splits. And so all these changes, we've got 11 kids going from Barboursville to Huntington East, and 14 from Midland to Huntington High. Those are so that we can align that feeder pattern so that we don't have any section of Heights-Saunders going to Barboursville or Midland. It all goes Huntington East, Huntington High. And so that's how we clean up that feeder pattern.
Were you able to do that for all elementary schools?
I
Or do
will
we
go
still
in.
have splits?
We've improved it. I'll go over all the splits at the end of the presentation.
Okay.
There are some schools that we just couldn't based on where the kids are and where the facilities are. Okay, and then this is just this is that exact same area that we talked about, moving from Davis Creek to Heights-Saunders to align that feeder pattern piece as well. And that would happen in 23-24. Moving on to the Huntington area, I'll start kind of at the top of the map, area that we have in blue. If I can get there. So this is an area that would move from Spring Hill to Highland Elementary. And so this is 18 students. I think this is something that's been talked about in the past, Brian. I don't know if you want to talk to that at all.
This was actually, thank you, Scott. This is actually part of one of the commitments that the district had made in order to secure funding for High-Lawn from the School Building Authority. This community is on the other side of, it's on the one side of the railroad tracks, which is susceptible to viaduct flooding and those types of things. So we've had to, route buses and things like that different when there's flooding in the viaducts for when students are returning or going to Spring Hill. So it does simplify that a little bit, and of course it does sort of make sense because they're so close to Highland on that side of of 8th. So
Right. And so the western boundary of that is 10th Street. So that's as far west as that goes, that blue boundary that's right there. And then that, of course, would go Spring Hill to Highland, and then Huntington Middle School to Huntington East so that we have that clean feeder pattern there. Next change that we looked at is the area that's in yellow. It's a middle school change, and it goes from Huntington East to Huntington Middle, and that's just to kind of balance the utilization between those schools. And I'll talk about what that feeder pattern looks like as we get to the end.
And I want to stress on this one also is that some of these were based upon being able to balance school utilization, but also it was also simplifying transportation routes so that we weren't having duplicate effort. So it was actually kind of interesting when we started taking care of it. We also saw that we were sort of killing two birds with one stone, and it was kind of impressive to see exactly how close the utilizations came in alignment when we made some of these changes, which I'm sure you'll share.
Right.
Well, you sort of share at the beginning.
Yeah.
So.
The next change that we have here, that's the area that's in green. It's really a minor change. It's a middle school movement from Huntington East to Huntington Middle School, and this is associated with the new boundary from Meadows when it's replaced on its new location. And so it's one student now. It's just that area that's around that new site. We wanted to make sure that we start setting the stage for that change. So again, we don't have that unnecessary transition when students are already in middle school. And then our change that we have at the very bottom, that is Camp Creek area. We've got to move from South Side to Heights-Saunders, and from Huntington Middle to Huntington East. And I think that was a transportation issue that we were looking at in that area that we're trying to clean up.
And it is pretty far away from South Side, so
Right.
It makes sense.
The only kind of phase 2 changes that we would have in this area would be that same green area that we were looking at the middle school level. This would move 4 students from Heights-Saunders to the new Meadows and its new site. And so, again, those are the only changes that we would have associated with that phase 2 of this area. And so this shows those kind of 4 independent changes in total that we have in the Huntington area of this scenario. Okay, moving on, going to the other end of the county. Looking at Milton, we've got 2 change areas here. The first area is up in the red outlined area. That's Henry Road, Scarberry Hollow, those areas. They would move from Milton Elementary down to Cox Landing. And this is something that we were kind of looking at from a transportation standpoint. They would stay at Milton Middle School. They would not go to Barbersville with the rest of Cox Landing. So we would have a split
There's a
there.
split.
But it was just looking at it from a transportation standpoint, we couldn't find a way that it made sense to have those kids go to go to Barbersville Middle School when they're already that close to Milton.
Well, and one of the things that we, in working with Mr. Meadows, that we learned is that there's two different routes there. There's an elementary run, and then there's the middle school, high school run. And so the middle school, high school run is going to Midland. And so we would have been having to move those students to go to Barbersville too,
Right.
which is a little bit farther than we're going to Milton, so.
Right.
Yep.
And then we have another change to the south that moves students from Milton Elementary to Culloden. And I've got to zoom in on that too. What's interesting here is there's actually a detached zone currently that is kind of cut out of Milton that goes to Culloden, and this makes that all contiguous. And kind of our westernmost boundary, or our westernmost street that we have in that area that moves from Milton to Culloden, that's Stone Street. And so I think there's some potential development in that area too, and we wanted to make sure that we could point that towards Culloden where we have some additional capacity.
Yeah, and the development he's referring to is the Morris Memorial property, the Grand Patrician Resort, as well as homes that are scheduled, homes and duplexes that are supposed to go in with that project. We're planning for the Milton construction project to be based upon whatever the enrollment changes are that we make. And so there is room at Culloden to be able to move more of those students, especially as those houses come in and families move into that area, to move them to, have them go to Culloden as opposed to the Milton Elementary.
And so those are all the changes that we have in this scenario. Again, we're putting this scenario out for discussion and feedback. We'll look at suggestions or any comments that kind of come out of the community feedback, and we can make adjustments before we come with a final recommendation. As far as the feeder patterns, we kind of put this table together to really show what the current state is and what we do in our scenario. So currently, believe it or not, we have a 99% and a 1% split at Cox Landing. We've got one street in Cox Landing that's zoned to Milton Middle School. And so in our scenario, with that change that we outlined, it takes that to 90-10. And so it's a little bit better than that one street. I'm not sure if there might have been one student on there, but we get that to a 90-10, and because of transportation, all those kids will be together at high school. We think it makes sense. Looking at Height-Saunders currently splits 15% to Barbersville Middle and 85% to Huntington East. Under this scenario, it would be a 100% feeder to Huntington East. So we wouldn't have any kids going from Height-Saunders to Barbersville Middle School. They would all go to Huntington East. So that eliminates that one feeder split there. Looking at Nichols, this is one that, just based on the location of Nichols, it was very, very difficult to try to clean this up. So right now, 15% of Nichols goes to Barbersville Middle and 85% goes to Milton, and we take it to 33-66. So it's closer to a 50-50 split, but it's not perfect. But we did move that in the right direction. Looking at Spring Hill is currently 66% Huntington East and 33% Huntington Middle. We took that to a 40% Huntington East and a 60% Huntington Middle. And so we're getting closer to that 50-50 split. And when I talk about that, we don't want to have splits from elementary to middle school if we can avoid it.
Right.
But if we can, the closer we can get to a 50-50, the better, because we have larger cohorts of students going together and we don't have those isolated pockets.
Mr. Leopold, I'm glad you said that, because I actually had a very good conversation with Board Member Bond earlier today about just that concern and the fact that, thinking about the 1% from Cox Landing that had to go to Milton, that group, that's very, very small group of students that would occasionally be going to Milton from that area, it would be overwhelming to go to a brand new place and not have any friends or established friendships or those types of things. So I also understand the rationale of why it would be better to have it closer to 50%, because you're more likely to know students that you're transitioning with, and that's an important component of that 5th grade to 6th grade transition. So I appreciate you bringing that up and putting that into context.
So as far as next steps go, we've got a project website where we have all this content linked to, and Mr. Flowers, I think it's close to being on the district web. It's on there so that you can go and you can see all of this content. The slideshow was jumping around on me because I had pre-recorded it. So there's a 10 or 12-minute video of that presentation. So those little reminders are trying to tell me that I went faster when I recorded it than I'm doing it now. We also have an online survey where people can give us comments and feedback about the scenario, give us any suggestions. We're happy to take that. And of course, we have a school locator. And so you can type in your address. It uses Google Maps, so it's very similar. You just enter your street number, street name, zip code, and it will tell you where you're assigned currently and in each of the phases of the scenario, and at all 3 levels. Next steps, we've got some community open houses scheduled where we'll have the ability for people to kind of come in and get clarification, ask questions. We'll probably have the presentation running on a screen somewhere, but we want to interact with as many people as we can and give them clarification, answer questions, and if they want to provide additional feedback, we'll listen as well. And we've got those scheduled for Monday, May 3rd at Huntington High from 6 to 8, and Thursday, May 6th at Cabell Midland from 6 to 8. So that's where we are in the process. We'll take that feedback, and when are we scheduled to kind of come back? Is it the June 1st?
I don't have that timeline in front of me,
Yeah.
but I think it's yes, I think that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
And I also want to share that these links are all going to be found through our cabellschools.com webpage. So you can go there, sort of that portal, or to get into this portal. And I will also say, I used the My School Location feature this afternoon, and it's very easy to use. I do want to remind people, though, that as he said, you can toggle between how it's currently set up for your home, but also where if you select the proposed boundary changes as to what would change for your location. And so it's kind of neat to use also, but that'll give people sort of that understanding of how does this affect them directly, and then they can go on to the survey. We definitely want the survey information and the feedback, because we will potentially make tweaks based upon the feedback that we receive from the community and from our stakeholders.
Absolutely. And just one more thing, when you load up the locator, I think by default it has the current elementary boundaries on. If you enter an address, it will list the assignment for every single level in current in both phases, but you can go on and you can toggle each of the different phases on just with checkboxes. And so, when you look at the map and you say, well, I don't move if I look at the map, and that's because it loads the current boundaries as the default. So.
Any questions, any comments?
I have a comment. Thank you for making that clear. I did have a concern. Ideally, we don't want feeder splits.
Right.
I understand that it cannot be helped in some cases. And my concern was the mental and social well-being of our kids. Going from 5th grade to middle school is a very scary time for kids and parents. Everything's new and they're nervous. And it was really important to me that we make the effort with this redistricting, not to just equal everything out, but to give those kids, through scheduling, a familiar face when they make that transition, so they're not going alone. I was really worried about that. That makes me feel a lot better. If we have to have them, then let's even them out as much as possible. So thank you for addressing that.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn.
Thank you.
It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Wonderful job.
Thank you. Always.
Is there any other questions?
Can we just encourage our families to get on Cabell County Schools? Please get on. Please utilize this tool to see how it's going to affect you and make honest comments. We are going to read every single one. This is not finalized. Put your input in there so that we know. Okay, you may come up with something that we have not addressed or haven't thought of. It is important to, please tell us what you think, okay?
And we haven't set a date where we're going to take it down yet. And so it'll be online throughout when we have those open meetings next month.
Bishop Shaw.
Okay?
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Our next item is instruction and leadership services, Mrs. Watts.
Seems taller than. Okay. Good evening, President Neely, board members, Superintendent Sachs. What I'm going to present to you tonight is the whole textbook adoption process that we have started for our English language arts reading adoption that is up this school year. And so we are choosing resources for the upcoming school year for the next 6 to 7 years. So I wanted to kind of just update you first. In the 2019-20 school year, we actually started the process. Reading in ELA is one of our most important content areas at the whole pre-K-12 arena. And so we started, and we've had, several. We had, of course, Explorer Academy was using the EL materials, and then Spring Hill elected to pilot the CKLA resources. We had some other schools pilot some supplemental resources. Foundations was one, and so during this process, we really wanted to start to think about how did we want our teachers to really identify the things that we need most in our resources to support English language arts and reading. So with that, we actually started a planning committee during that school year. Myself, the executive directors, the academic specialists, and we worked with the teaching lab to help us look at research-based best practices that would support us in choosing high-quality materials that would meet our county needs. So the ELA academic specialists became part of this core group with the central office. We invited school leaders, academic coaches at the schools, teachers, and community members last summer to start a process of determining what did we want as a county. And we came up with some goals to where we were going to facilitate how did we want this process to look like instead of just what we used to call the flip page test. And that you would align, the state aligns them to our content standards, and they must meet 80 or above percentage of the content. But we wanted more. We know that we have interventions with our MTSS that needed to be addressed, but we also have a diversity platform that we want to make sure that our textbooks are addressing that goal, but also, in addition, teaching high-quality reading instruction at our grade levels appropriate. So with that, we brainstormed some of the challenges that we have seen in our current materials and thought we would like to make sure that our teachers had those resources. So what I have in the folder, in the green folder, our teams have met over this school year, analyzing all the resources that were on the state textbook adoption list, approval list. And so each grade level has made their recommendation to me and Mr. Sachs, and I'll be presenting the final recommendation to you with the total budget in May for us to make. But I wanted to give you an idea of exactly what they looked at. So kindergarten through 2nd grade, they have looked at the Super Kids reading program. The big thing that they really looked at was that it aligns with our letters program. As you've all been addressed to the letters program with our phonemic awareness, that they felt like this program aligned best in support of that. And then 3rd through 5th grade has chose CKLA, the Amplified, and they give you the key reasons why they have chosen these. These are all very high quality rated resources that have been research based. So that's that first elementary. And then you have middle school. Middle school and actually high school both have chosen McGraw-Hill. And so they have created these one-pagers to tell you exactly the key elements that they looked at and why they made the choices that they did. And I have to really commend our academic specialists as well as the teachers who committed, and this was a long, grueling process this year. They've met weekly, some have, and they had to get all these materials delivered to their house. typically, we have one central location that we house all these materials, but due to COVID, all these teachers had to house these materials in their house. So they created rubrics and guidance to actually look through all the textbooks that was on the state adoption list, and these were the recommendations that they have brought forth to me at this time.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Please, Madam President.
Yes.
If we can hit elementary again, is this just print, or is it print and digital as well? Are
Well,
students
that's
gonna-
what we're in the process of working with the vendors to
Okay.
determine exactly what the adoption, that will be part of the budget that I'll sit down with Mr. Sachs and Mr. Rodkin to
Okay.
work out.
To see, okay, thank you.
Yes. And we have some, they want, do we go consumables? Or do they want just a classroom set? I've got other recommendations that the teachers have made that we'll sit down and go through that whole budget.
Okay.
But I wanted to give you an update before I bring you that big budget
Yeah.
to know the process.
Any other questions? Mrs. Walsh? Mrs. Walsh, does that conclude?
And feel free to reach out to me if you do come up with any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
That's all that I have at this time.
Okay. We'll move on to, Mr. Cooper, operations.
Madam President, board members, Mr. Sachs, I have a very short, I'll have just a few things on my agenda for this evening. We did, right before we came up here, we did receive word that the USDA would be giving us waivers for next year for food for 21-22, but they said that there may be some changes, so we haven't gotten all of the specifics on it yet. Those are to be forthcoming from the State Department probably in the next few days. Our major improvement plan that was written for Altizer has been submitted. We will know something about that by June 28th. The Meadow site, we are now the proud owners, lock, stock, and barrel. We put a Cabell County lock on it the other day. And we are closer to coming to closing on the Sears. I think Mr. Sachs may have some additional information on that. Jason Jackson, we've had a little bit of problem with technology, I think, at the state level. And Jason is going to touch on Schoology. Mr. Jackson.
Good evening, board members, President Neely, Mr. Sachs. Actually, as of 5/19 this evening, Schoology came back up online for everybody in the United States and around the world. They had apparently had a pretty big content management problem. They went down slightly before noon today. They brought some limited reliability back into it, maybe around 2, to discover that it really still wasn't functioning. They took it back down. There's a few things still not quite up. Messaging, for example, large batches of exports coming in and out. But overall, they've deemed the system back to operational and stable currently at this time. So that we're back up on that. The second thing I bring to you this evening is that last time I spoke with you, I mentioned that we had a Department of Homeland Security request for sealed bids went out for some camera system upgrades for the middle school and career tech. All of those bids that came back significantly exceeded the amount of money that we thought it was going to take. I've been in contact with the Department of Homeland Security. We are looking at some options on how we can adapt the grant to meet our needs and to still cover some cameras in those buildings as well. I'll know some more from them later on this week, and we'll hopefully have you an update by the time we get to the next board meeting. And any other questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Any questions? No
Thank you all.
questions. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Are there any questions for me?
Any questions? Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parsons?
Are you thinking about putting a gate or some chain or something or cable out at the Meadows property to keep people off of that property?
As of right now, we have, it's about a 3/4 inch cable, and the concrete, I can't think what they're called.
Like bollards.
The barriers on either side of it. So as of right now, we have a cable across it. We are looking into getting the gates that come and meet in the middle, and then you're on the swivel, on the hinge.
The reason I asked, it'd probably be a trash pile if we didn't do something out there.
I have a feeling we'd have visitors up there.
Any other questions for Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you.
Mr. Cooper, thank you. Our next is Mr. Hardesty, Instruction and Leadership Services.
Good evening, excuse me, good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Sachs. I just wanted to give you an update where we're at with vaccines, and I know that seems like a reoccurring thing, but 4 weeks ago this week, and our Moderna vaccine is a 4-week booster shot. After 4 weeks, you're eligible for your second one. But that marked, it was actually the week of spring break, that marked our opportunity to work with the health department and provide the shots through their system at the Sears building. And that was the week that we offered the vaccine to family members of employees. And so we did that over 3 days with them. Those are coming due for their booster shot this week. And so I just want to let everyone know that they can get that booster shot through the health department on the date or after that's on their vaccine record without appointment. They just need to report to the Sears building, and they'll take care of them there. Excuse me. In addition, the past 2 weeks, we have been at the high schools with the health department, Marshall University, the School of Pharmacy, and Valley Health, and we have been working on administering the vaccines to our 16 and over students with parent consent. And they trickle in, they come in waves, and it's really difficult to tell exactly how many we have been vaccinating. And you go there and we set up and not really sure. The program that we use is, we call it VAMS, and there are several people in here that have used that. It's the Vaccine Administration Management System. That's where the name comes from. And it's not the most user-friendly program in the world. So they're having a little bit of difficulty telling exactly how many students that they have been able to vaccinate here in Cabell County. But they're estimating, and I talked to them this afternoon, they're estimating that so far they've vaccinated about 1,000 of our students. So that's either 1 dose or 2 that they've received. They've taken care of about 1,000 of our students that are eligible. And so that's a great number. I want to report that to you all. And that is it for my update. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Hardesty? No questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Hardesty. Okay, then we'll move along to the superintendent's report. Mr. Sachs?
Thank you, Madam President and board members. I'd like to be able to first welcome Bishop Shaw to the dais. It's a pleasure to have you up here and to work side by side with you and my fellow board members.
Thank you.
For the superintendent's report, I wanted to celebrate some good news. Last week, the Department of Education released graduation rates, and I'm proud to report that Cabell County has had a continued increase. Just some highlights of our improvements. Our 4-year graduation rate increased another 1.5% to an all-time high of 90% for the school district. Our 5-year graduation rate increased by 4.9% to 90%. Our graduation rate for our black students improved 14% to 93%, which actually beats the state's 86% average. Our graduation rate for low SES students improved by 12%. And for the second year in a row, our district special education rate, graduation rate increased by 9%. It increased 9% last year as well. So we are extremely happy with the progress that we've made here in Cabell County. And I can tell you that this would not have been possible if it wasn't for our super laser-like visioned high school principals, the counselors, the graduation coaches at the high schools, and the teachers that have been going above and beyond to make sure that our students who are at risk of dropping out of school and not graduating on time are challenged and pushed and supported in every way possible. In addition, our summer school graduation program, as you all recall, we have a summer school for seniors, and then our summer school graduation ceremony, which has been a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to make sure that if those students who want to walk across the stage, they have every opportunity to still walk across the stage. So all of those things have really contributed. There's still some work to be done, obviously. If you look at our 5-year graduation cohort, you'll see that our low SES did have a strong decline, actually. That's a little bit of an ebbs and flow as it relates to the strong increase that we had last year in our graduation rate and then, of course, this past year. And so I do think that what you'll see is next year that 5-year graduation rate will catch up because obviously there was such a strong rate for the 4-year. So you'll actually see that catch up. Again, I want to commend our schools. You know, we are striving to hit that 95% mark. Cabell Midland is right there. And of course, Huntington High School is well on its way. Huntington High School had another 4% increase this year. Last year they had an 8% increase. This year they had a 4% increase. So it's also a record-breaking year for Huntington High School, the highest graduation rate they've had. So again, I want to commend those schools and their staff and Mr. Cunningham and the support mechanisms that they've worked collaboratively to put together to help increase this graduation rate. This past week, our district team has been learning more about COVID-19 screening and testing in schools, which is a specific grant that the Centers for Disease Control awarded to the West Virginia Department of Health and Human Resources and the Bureau of Public Health. This is a grant that provides funding support to K-12 schools, both public and private, for COVID-19 screening and testing for teachers, staff, and students. And this is something that we're looking at implementing for next school year because we know that COVID will still be around. Even though we have the vaccinations, it's still going to be something that we're going to have to contend with. And so being able to screen and test teachers and students and staff at our schools is going to help make sure that we're able to keep our schools open and operating safely. Ultimately, this COVID-19 screening testing is going to help preserve, again, what we were talking about of keeping schools open, but to preserve in-school instruction as well as extracurricular activities. We would be able to catch it a lot quicker. And so what we did was we met with our team made up of Dr. Laufer, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Hardesty, our executive directors, along with the Cabell County Health Department, Valley Health, who has our community-based health centers in our schools, as well as Marshall University. And the reason we met with Marshall University is they have been doing the testing this past year all along. So we wanted to be able to learn from them as to how did they implement the program, how effective was it, what barriers do we want to try to avoid, and what things do we want to replicate so that we can be successful. And we learned a tremendous amount. This is about a $58 million grant being offered right here in West Virginia across all of the public schools and private schools. And so we're submitting our letter of interest, and we actually did a survey because we want to make sure that we're able to keep all of our students and employees safe next year too. And so we're actively seeking out how to be a part of this partnership. And I will say that the health department and Valley Health is 110% in support of trying to do this because it's not just good for our kids and our employees and our schools, it's good for our community. High school graduation and CTE completer information. I want to be able to, hot off the presses, we're so excited. We're at that time of year again. The Cabell County Career Technology Center completer ceremony will be at the Cabell County Career Center Technology parking lot on May 14th at 9 a.m. The rain date is scheduled for May 17th. You will find that we're trying to do as much as we can outside just to be able to, again, adhere to some of the state recommendations for these big events. Cabell Midland High School's graduation will be at the Marshall University Jones C. Edwards Football Stadium on May 27th at 6 p.m. The gates will open for families at 4, and the rain date is May 30th. Huntington High School will be the following day at the Marshall University Football Stadium, May 28th at 6 p.m. Again, the gates will open at 4, and both schools will have a rain date of May 30th in the event that that does happen. I want to congratulate again, at the last update that I provided the board, I wanted to congratulate our teacher and our service person of the year award finalists. This is, I will tell you that we, the service personnel was tremendously, a group of tremendously talented, dedicated people. Our teacher of the year finalists, we have actually been reviewing some of their classroom videos that they provided as samples. And I'm going to tell you, it is such an honor to be able to have these people, along with all, they represent everybody, but they do such a phenomenal job, and I'm so proud of the work that they do. And so I want to make sure that the board knows that our Teacher and Service Person of the Year award program will be on April 27th at 6 p.m., which is next Tuesday, right here in the JNSE Chandler Auditorium. And so we're definitely excited to be able to recognize those people, and it would not be possible if it wasn't for our Cabell County Education Foundation, as well as our sponsors, Kindred Communication, Gladwell Insurance, ZMM Architects, McKinley Architects, Edward Tucker Architects, United Bank, as well as Bowles-Rice Education Law Group. Their commitment to honoring our dedicated employees is so important, and we're definitely thankful for that. And of course, the winners, the finalists each get $500. The winner of the Service Person of the Year and the winner of the Teacher of the Year each get a full $1,000. So a small token of our appreciation for all that they do day in and day out. Madam President, that does conclude my superintendent's report.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. That was a very, very good report, very encouraging. Does anybody have any questions with regard to Mr. Sachs's report? Or any comments? None? Okay, then we'll move along. Okay, delegations.
So, turn it off again, didn't I? We're at the part of the agenda where we have delegations to be heard. Do we have any delegations?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want to go ahead and read your statement?
You have 3 minutes to come before the board to give your statement. We ask that you use respect, and I will tell you that we will not answer you back. We will listen and consider everything that you are going to say. Having said that, proceed.
Madam President, Suzanne Oxley.
Well, that's a familiar face.
It's good to see all of you all. Welcome, and thank you for having me, Madam President and Board of Education. Congratulations to you, Mr. Shaw, and joining. You've had some tough decisions to make, and you've had a tough time with COVID. I applaud all of you all. I'm just listening to the graduation rates. That's fantastic. I'm just so thrilled for our county that we've had that kind of improvement. Also, it's wonderful to hear that Cabell County Schools has been able to make COVID vaccines available to staff and students, to those who choose to have them and want them, and getting a lot done. So I do appreciate all your hard work and efforts that you've had to deal with in this challenging time. I had there were a couple of things that have been raised on the delegation to be heard. It was concerning Meadows, and as you are aware, that there was an article in today's paper about the denial of SBA funding. And I understand, since I've signed up for this, that there will be a resubmission, I believe, of that request. And Mr. Sachs said there were some additional just kind of logistics questions and timing questions based on this delay that I had, but it may be best just to talk to you directly about that to get the additional information. Well, I'll give you a call, or we'll work that out.
Sounds good.
I did also have another question about Meadows that came up in the redistricting presentation. I know that's a proposal, but there was a reference, I believe Mr. Leopold made about the new Meadows district, and I just wanted to, and I tried to access the My School Location website or link on your website, and I wasn't able to access it. But I didn't know what's contemplated there as far as the current Meadows district is and what the proposed new district may entail. So maybe is it just best that I try and seek that information from you, Sachs?
That'd be great.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, and I appreciate all of your all service, because I can appreciate how hard it is, and I know what kind of dedication is involved. So thank you for all your good work.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next.
Jerry Lake.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Sachs. Tonight, board members, you have an important decision to make. Your superintendent is going to ask you later tonight to terminate the career of one of Cabell County Schools' valued administrators. I'm guessing you'll probably do that, since you've never really had the courage to tell him no about anything. That being the case, I'm asking you to consider the following. The administrator who the superintendent wants you to destroy has dedicated his entire career to Cabell County Schools, and in particular to the children under his care. I have watched this man over the course of more than 3 decades put the interest of students and staff above any self-aggrandizing agenda. I have witnessed him using his own money to feed hungry children, to provide warm clothing for students from families who preferred drugs and alcohol to their own child's welfare. I've been with him on field trips, athletic contests, performing arts programs, classroom visits, lunch duty, bus duty, and a myriad of other activities. His mantra has always been that of putting children first and foremost in every endeavor. He remembers students' names years after they have come and gone from the hallways of Cabell County Schools. Not so long ago, this same administrator was nominated as Reese's Principal of the Year. He and I traveled the state of West Virginia on behalf of the Department of Education, teaching administrators in other counties about the new teacher evaluation program. Oh, he could have advanced his career financially through administrative promotion in this county or other county years ago. But what did he do? He chose to stick by the stuff at his school. Yet in spite of this, you're willing to kick this man to the curb, rubber stamping your superintendent's recommendation. If you intend to go down the path of terminating careers for matters that have no legal precedence, then you better have lots of paper and a sharp pencil, because your list will become very long very quickly. Of course, I'm sure none of you or your superintendent have ever been accused of anything without merit. This group reminds me of a group of community leaders that dragged a woman to Jesus one time, demanding punishment. And Jesus said, "Sure, go ahead. And he that is without sin, let him first cast a stone at her." I will afford you the same opportunity. Which of you sinless people will be the first to cast a stone? Or will you, like Jesus, say, I don't condemn you anymore. Go and sin no more. I hope you'll consider this before you cast that stone tonight. Thank you.
Michael Ashworth.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Mike Ashworth. I'm a coach at Barbersville Middle School. As far as your decision later this evening, allowing private schools into Cabell County Middle School championships, I would strongly urge you to vote for option 2, which would be against allowing those schools into middle school championships for the following reasons. You will have kids that are living out of district, potentially out of state, that would now be participating in Cabell County championships, which would no longer make it a Cabell County championship. As far as the recruiting rules, the option 1 says there should be no recruiting, but there's too many ways around that. These private schools can offer academic incentives, scholarships, waivers, grants, whatever you may call it, for kids to come to those schools. Not directly to play sports, but that's what it's going to turn into. Athletics at our school, for example, and the other 4 middle schools in the county are going to lose money on admissions, concessions, things like that, because these smaller schools have a smaller fan base, smaller teams, and they're not going to generate as much money. And that's what largely funds our athletic departments. That's what gives me basketballs. That's what gives me batons. That's what gives me shot put and discs for track, uniforms. And for example, I coached the basketball team, and we were given 20 games a season. So now we expand this county to 9 teams. So that's eight other teams I have to play 2 times a season. That gives me 16 games, and then a 4-game tournament that I have to incorporate. So that's my entire schedule. I can now no longer play Hurricane. I can no longer play Winfield, for example. Any out-of-county teams that we've established relationships with, it's going to bring in that higher gate, that higher admission fees, concession fees, things like that. So we're going to suffer on that, and I think that you guys will be doing these middle school kids, public school kids, a disservice by allowing this to happen. So I would strongly recommend voting for option 2. And as far as your decision on Principal Brent Gerald, I've known him for the last 15 years as a student, and now as a co-worker. And like Mr. Lake said, I've seen him personally affect thousands of kids' lives in a positive way. Has he made mistakes along the way? I'm sure he has. I have, and I'd be willing to bet everybody in this room has. But I doubt whatever you're considering terminating him for, I doubt was egregious enough to terminate one of your most outstanding employees in this county, and arguably one of your best principals in this county that's affected more kids' lives in a positive way than any other person that I've come in contact with in my time here in Cabell County. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mike Wolfel? He's here. I know he was, but
He was here.
yeah. Okay, Madam President, that concludes delegations.
Okay, now we'll need a motion to accept that 2000 series.
Motion to accept the 2000 series.
Mr. Parsons moves.
Second.
Mrs. Bond seconds that we approve the 2000 series. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're down to the 3000 series. Anybody want to, is there anything that anybody wants to pull out of this series to discuss?
Madam President?
Yes, Mrs. Bond?
I'd like to look at 3.02, please, on the sale of our school buses.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to have some more detail on this if I could. When, how can the public access this? Where do they need to go if they want to participate? When is it happening? The date, the time? How can we get this information out to community members?
Mrs. Bond, I will have Mr. Meadows come down and give you that information.
Okay.
Madam President, Mr. Sachs, board members, Mrs. Vaughn, we are currently in a auction. We started an auction, I'm going to say, about a month ago. We posted on the internet that we were going to have an auction. Ms. Neely, thank you for sort of pushing me toward that. It's one of those things that takes a little time and effort, and we hadn't had an auction for a couple of years. So we've it's publicsurplus.com.
Okay.
We've been using that site for some time. We're anticipating having some new buses arrive this year, so we were trying to prepare to get rid of those buses as well. So You may still see some of the buses that's on your list out on the road, but we've come to you to prepare to get them sold when the time comes. So currently, I've just been having one continuous auction. You know, I don't let actually, you know, instead of having 20 buses up for sale, we put 5 out there, and before the auction ends, I'll throw another 3 or 4 out, and so we've had a continuous auction. So anyone that's been interested in purchasing bus on the local level, they can call. I've had a couple people come through the lot and take a look at what we had, and generally most of the buses, to be honest with you, are going out of the country. They go out of the country.
But it is still open, so if there's a community.
There's currently one bus, there are 2 buses right now, I think, on there being sold right now.
Okay, and they can go to publicsurplus.com,
Publicsurplus.com.
Okay,
And they
thank you.
can certainly give me a call if they want to come by and see anything we got.
We can, just thinking out loud, Board Member Bond, we could do a post on social media and stuff, letting people know that they can go to this website to purchase a Cabell County school bus if they would like. Mr. Flowers can have Lily work on something, and we can put that out so that people are aware of it, and just get the information out if they want to take a Cabell County school bus home.
Yeah, my hope is just that community members know that it is available. I mean, I don't need a bus, but I mean, somebody might, you know, I think we should make that public so that people
We
can
advertised
bid.
in a paper, Ms. Tonette made that advertisement when we started the auction.
Okay,
So
okay.
I think once people look at our auction, and if they keep checking back, they're going to see that we are continuing to put buses
more out
on
there.
there. So it's not like, many years ago, we used to have a, you know, bid of 4 1/4 and all that kind of auction, and basically there's not too many people interested.
Yeah.
So the buyers came in, they got together and decided, they basically set the price of the buses and decided, you take these and I'll take these. And so this is a much better way of doing it. They collect the money and they pay the taxes. The maintenance department, is the last time they used this system, and I think they're going to use that as well. So
Okay.
we just have one continuous auction going on, and we've got enough inventory to keep it going
Keep it
for a little
going?
while.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Mrs. Bond, I can answer that too. I had a person that was interested in a bus, and like you said, there's not that many people. But this gentleman that I know was gonna use it, and he, was gonna make what they call a schoolie out of it, which is a house.
Oh, a house.
He was gonna, he had a piece of property, and I don't know whether he,
He did call and leave a message, and I called him back and told him anytime he wanted to stop by, I'd certainly accommodate a visit from him. And I've had a couple churches up in the Putnam County area come by and take a look. So the people who are interested in trying to get buses, they sort of know the venues to look at. And our buses are out there for at least, when I post them, at least 14 days. So, you know, they have perfect opportunity to discover what we got.
Good, good.
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Meadows. Okay. Is there anything else that needs to be pulled in that 3000 series? Did we, I need a motion, or did we already do a motion on that?
No, we
I
can't.
make a motion, we accept the
Okay.
3000
Yeah.
series.
I second.
Mr. Smalley moves, Mrs. Bond second, that we approve the 3000 series. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's been approved. Now we're under the financial part of the meeting. Mr. Rodkin?
Mr. Rodkin is actually assisting somebody, so unless there's any questions,
Are there any questions
we
on?
can get him if you need. but-
Yeah. Are there any questions on the vouchers or any of the other items?
No question.
I did go through all of the vouchers and, and all the financial supplements. I didn't have anything. Do you have anything?
I make a motion that we accept the 4000 series.
Second.
Mrs. Bond moves and Mrs. Smalley seconds that we approve the financial portion of the meeting
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Now we're down to the 5,000 series, and that is our personnel section of the meeting. We have on 5.01 hearing. Let's see, it's proposed transfer of professional employee hearing. Is that to go into a executive session, or is that
Ms. Hornbuckle?
is that to go into
Mr.
executive?
Mr. Masters.
Do you want to go in executive session? You said no? You want to do it? You want to do it now? Okay, just have him come on down.
Okay, Ms. Hornbuckle, you go ahead.
Mr. Masters, do you want to come up here, please?
Yeah, you can take that off so we can
Thank
hear
you,
you.
thank you. I'll try to speak up also.
Okay. Mr. Masters, we discussed we were going to have 15 minutes where the board was going to give information as to why we were making the decisions we were making this evening. You would also be given 15 minutes to present your side as well.
So there will be discussion, first of all, 15 minutes?
Yes.
Then I will come back up after that?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, proceed. Do we?
Yes. Madam President, I would need to call Jody Cunningham and Frank Burnett if you wouldn't care to swear them in, please.
Okay, Mr. Burnett. This is the first time we've had one like this. Mr. Burnett, he need to be sworn
You can do
in?
both of them at the same time.
Does he need to be sworn in or anything?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand, Mr. Barnett.
Yeah.
I saw him, and Mr. Masters, go ahead and raise your right hand too.
And
Uh,
Mr. Cunningham.
And Mr. Cunningham, yeah. I solemnly swear that the testimony that I'm about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Okay.
Mr. Cunningham, you first, please. Mr. Cunningham, will you please state your name for the record?
Jody Cunningham,
And what is your position, Mr. Cunningham?
Executive Director of Secondary and Post-Secondary Programs.
How long have you been in this position?
I'm finishing my third year.
Can you please tell us a list of your duties in this position?
I oversee, plan, implement, and work with curriculum, instruction, and leadership of the two high schools and the Career Center.
Do you have any other duties?
It's a very long list, but I work with the principals, the teachers, the counselors, making sure that we're progressing on graduation rate and getting our students ready for college and career ready. I evaluate my administrators. Anything that the superintendent and my immediate supervisor, Ms. Watts, asked me to work with secondary schools. I could give you a long list, but I'll stop at that.
Do these duties sometimes involve having to make cuts in courses?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
How do you decide which cuts you're going to make?
We make decisions on staffing based on students, student request for the coming year, and also student population on how it increases and decreases at the high schools and the Career Center.
Do you look at enrollment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you look at student needs?
Yes.
Do you look at requirements for graduation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you look at course requirements?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you meet with all three schools?
I meet with all three administrators. Yes, ma'am.
Do you meet with them individually or do you meet with them together?
I meet with them individually, but sometimes we meet together as a team. This year I've met with them individually and as a team.
When you're making the decision to cut the courses, why do you make these decisions?
We make them based on what the student needs and student requests are for Cabell County Schools.
Do you look at the student enrollment population?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you look at numbers in classes, if there are low numbers in classes or if there are large numbers in classes?
Absolutely.
Are low numbers in classes a reason that you may or may not cut a course?
If a class is providing low numbers, that would be ones that we would look at first.
Did you make cuts at all 3 of the schools this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And those schools included, which schools? Sorry, we haven't stated that.
I didn't hear you.
Which schools did that include?
Huntington High School, Cabell Middle High School, and Cabell County Career Technology Center.
And when those schools were asked to make those cuts, did they look at student needs, enrollment requirements for graduation, and course requirements?
Absolutely.
Did they also look at course requests and then reduce the courses that had the lowest number of students in those courses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I have for Mr. Cunningham.
Okay. You want Mr. Barnett next?
Yes, please.
Mr. Barnett, if you'll please step to the microphone.
Mrs. Barnett, will you please state your name for the record?
Frank Barnett.
And what is your position, Mr. Barnett?
I'm the principal at Cabell County Career Technology Center and the director for Career Tech Education for the Cabell County Schools.
Mr. Barnett, can you bring it down a little closer? Thank you.
What are you trying to say? Yes.
How long have you had this position?
I've been the principal there. This is going on year 6, and I am finishing year 3 as director.
And can you please list some of your duties as principal at the Career Technical Center?
As principal, I'm responsible for the day-to-day operation of the school plant, responsible for teacher evaluations, observations, student enrollment, student discipline, student well-being, course requests, scheduling. As director, oversee the Career Tech Ed programs for both high schools and the Career Center, secure funding both through state grants and competitive grants.
Okay. Do your duties sometimes involve having to make cuts in courses?
Yes.
Mr. Cunningham explained that he meets with all of you all individually. He explained that you all look at enrollment and decrease courses. How did you decide which courses to cut this year?
We met individually, and then we also met as a team. We looked at, one of the first things we looked at was the drop in enrollment in the county, drop of student enrollments, which obviously translates into a loss of funding. We had 3 positions at the Career Center that were state funded, one since 2017 and 2 since 2019 that were funded by the state, that are no longer funded by the state, so the county absorbed those 3 salaries. And then I had to look at Policy 2510, which says that graduation, you have to have 30% of your graduation cohorts to be CTE completers. So we looked through the programs, looked through every program I had, and the program that we come up and recommended was one that is a local program. It's not a state-approved CTE program, and does not lead to completion.
Okay. Was that the only cut or consolidation you made this year?
No, ma'am. There were 2 other 2 redundant positions that were that are being reconfigured.
And again, what was your rationale for making this cut for the program you did decide to cut?
The one, okay, again, it was due to the fact that looking at Policy 2510 and wanting students to have completer status, looking at the fact that if some of our students come to us as freshmen and want to complete 2 programs, and that requires 4 years of study, and some students choose to go straight to work instead of coming back for a 14th year. So that would indicate them only have an opportunity to actually complete, to be a true state completer in one program.
Was this a local program or was this a state program?
It's a local program.
Was there a high enrollment or a low enrollment in the course?
There were, I think, 9 total students this year. We had 5 course requests for the next coming up.
Can the students acquire other skills that are taught in this course from other classes you offer at the Career Technical Center?
Yes.
What other courses can they acquire these skills in?
Carpentry, building facilities maintenance, heating and air conditioning, electricity.
And do those courses lead to a completer certificate?
Yes, ma'am.
So would you say that the course that you decided to cut is repetitive?
Yes.
Okay. And we discussed the completers program. What is your goal for the Career Technical Center going forward?
I want to build programs. I want to build students. Want to turn out as many possible. I would like to see us surpass any kind of requirement that's made of us in terms of the state as far as completers. I want students to be able to leave our school with certifications, industry credentials to be able to enter the workforce.
And would you ideally have all of our programs that we're offering lead to a completer certificate, so Cabell County Schools is releasing career-ready graduates?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have for Mr. Barnett.
Okay, any other, anybody else you want to question?
No, Ms.
Okay, then are we
Madam
ready?
President.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Masters, you have 15 minutes.
You're not gonna ask me the questions?
No, this is,
We'll just let you
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't know how it was gonna be.
That's okay.
I thought you was gonna ask me sort of the same questions. Name's Brett Masters, 1906 Thacker Ridge Road. It's in Pritchard, West Virginia, in Wayne County. I'm a teacher at the building at the Career Center. Teach the building technology class. If I got the opportunity, I got 15 minutes. That's great. I would like to say heads up to my some of my students back there in support. They actually drove themselves here. They, of course, they're like veterans here. They've been up here before on many occasions. I'm going to use that term, many. I tried to be as honest and forward as I can, and I'm going to try to not paint any type of picture except direct type of picture. I teach beginners, and I get them ready to advance to something else. So we talk about graduation and completers. My students excel, and I push them to that limit to do better. There's no reasons why that they don't be a victim. They're actually there overcoming problems at home or whatever it might be, and we do a great job and put forth a lot of effort in the community. I think I did start up a list of all the stuff we worked on. It got too long. I couldn't even give the time to do it all. I would like to say, prior to this year, the Career Center's always tried to become the next high school, another type of high school, and they've brought that up many a times. We do not have an art teacher. Prior to this year, I did an art credit. Mrs. Poole come to me this year and said, Mr. Barnett said it wasn't needed for you to do that. You're busy with all the other projects and things like that. The fine arts credit that you've been teaching will take that off your plate. So sometimes I wonder, what it would take to keep the program, because I really feel passionate about it. Work hard to try to keep it going. The numbers, I know with the COVID, I don't want to blame my concerns with that, and as far as numbers go, I do think that it definitely will improve on numbers, and I know that I can get out to the middle schools and promote it. Even if I'm not there, I am here really to promote the program. If I'm not the instructor of it, it'll still go and it'll exceed and do well, I'm sure. It's the students, and that's why we're here, is for the students. And they're here supporting me, and that's one reason why I'm here, is to do my best to keep that program going, because they know it changed their lives. And it was really nothing that I did. I've got a passion for it. Anybody with basic skills can do well with it. I have taught the after-school programs that we have done. I enjoyed a lot of those students. Some of those students, I wish I could take them all on, but sometimes administration and things like that come to me and say, let's keep things going and let's try not to slow the progress down. I surely hope you consider what's going to happen, because starting up a program is really pricey. And I know my program, though, has helped with many things. Recruiting, for one thing. I know that for once, the Marshall project that we worked on, we was asked to do. And we don't have a certificate, or like you said, but my program was the lead group on the Marshall project. We let it off. We made it happen. There was no excuses. We didn't have the money to do it. We didn't have the skills to do it. I demand that out of my students. I expect it out of the board members. If you have a big enough why, then you can make it happen. And I want you all to keep the program going. Not for me, because I'll be fine. It's other students that was like me. I'm just like they are now. And I'm grateful that I had the 10 years to put into it. And if all possible, the ones that got it started, this program, Superintendent William Smith, and it was Brenda Tanner was the director, and Mike Bowman was the principal there. They felt a need for it, and their insight got the program started, and it made a big difference all the way up to the Marshall program and all the community service that happens. And I would highly appreciate, on my behalf, that the board send them a letter to appreciate them for them to see that foresight to get that program started. And I think the community owes them a gratitude, and a nice letter would be greatly appreciated, because I know a lot of people have used it for recruiting. Even Mr. Barnett has used the Marshall Project for the recruiting. And I know the West Virginia State Department of Ed has funded a lot with the school because of that because of the program and the Marshall being worked on. There was many times it was said, you know, if we need something, now's the time we can get it. So I feel that strongly that we can get this, the numbers up. If that is the biggest problem, we can overcome that. It's not a problem at all. I thank you for your time. If there's anything else you have, any questions, I'll be glad to answer them too.
Where are they transferring you to?
I have no idea. I just, like I said, I'll be fine no matter what. It is the program, and these kids are here because they know how good and how much it has helped them. They can feel like they can overcome anything, and that's what we need. Every morning I get up and I look in the mirror, you know, it's what can I do to make it better? There's a lot of students out there, what can I do to do less today? I'm not that way, and they'll tell you, if you don't have a good work ethic, it's going to be a rough time in my class. And these guys have a great work ethic, and there's no problem with that. As far as being work ready, I had one student come in, and he actually got a job with no certification in it, but I talked with Mackenzie Dow, and he has a job, and his work ethic and the skills in the Marshall Project, he admired that so much that he enjoyed it, and now he's building furniture. So I'm not sure why we have to be here with this, and I am passionate about it. That's why it's really tough to speak, and I appreciate you.
Well, I don't understand why they're Mr. Sachs, maybe
Well,
you can enlighten me.
Madam President, I didn't use my whole 15 minutes. I was going to reserve.
I'm not gonna take it off his 15.
No, from mine. I didn't use all of mine. If I could do a closing.
You wanna finish first?
I would
Because
like-
I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you want to be glad to answer, please?
You want me to go ahead with my
Yeah.
questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My question is, why are they moving him from a program that's so successful?
I'll answer. That was going to be a part of my closing. As Mr. Barnett stated, this program was not very successful. There were 9 students last year. There were going to be 5 students that were going to be enrolled in this upcoming year, and that's one of the things they look at is student enrollment and how many students are enrolled. Part of our policy 2510 is that 30% of your programs need to lead to completer certificates. This program was the only program at the Career Technical Center that did not lead to a completer certificate. And that's the reason this program was cut. It wasn't the position, it wasn't the person, it was the program. As we expand and hopefully move the Career Center into the new Sears building, we're looking at making sure, adding more programs, ensuring those programs lead our students to completer certificates, that they're ready to leave the Career Center and enter the career-ready workplace. Mr. Burnett also explained that we had 3 positions that were at the Career Center that were previously being paid for by the state. The state quit paying for those positions. Those positions did lead to the completer certificate, whereas Mr. Masters' program did not. We had to absorb paying for those, so that also led to a decrease in funding that we had at the Career Center. Mr. Masters wasn't the only program that was decreased at the Career Center this year. He did have to consolidate 2 other positions because of funding sources, and this all stems on the enrollment of all the students in Cabell County schools. As our enrollment went down, we had to make cuts. They hadn't made cuts up there in the past 5 years, but we had to make cuts. So we had to make cuts with the low student enrollment. We had to make cuts with programs that did not lead our students to completer certificates when they graduated. We had to make cuts that didn't follow in line with policy 2510. It was a hard decision, but it was one that had to be made. Those students can get those requirements from the other courses, the building electricity, the hardware, the maintenance courses. They can get those other requirements that we're receiving in Mr. Master's course, and they can get those requirements with the completer certificate, as opposed to not having the completer certificate.
But Mr. Masters doesn't know where he's going to be transferred, and would he be transferred within the career tech? I mean, is that, am I asking you a fair question? Is he gonna be, are you still gonna be at the career tech, is what I wanna know?
I want to continue working in the career setting. You know, I do have a background with 20 years on the fire service, and I know that they actually need another teacher there as well as law and public safety. I do have a industrial arts, basically a technology education degree with woods and construction was my specialties in college. Went to West Virginia Tech, and you know, shop class is what I love and I have a passion for, and the students have always worked good with me, and I've always connected with a lot of students, and they love the energy I put forth with the shop class. I know there's a safety, and we follow those things. I have in my past, you know, I do teach the OSHA safety, and that was some more duties I had, and I just done a lot, I feel, for every program, every project that we have done in the community. I'm kind of lost for words for a lot of it. Sometimes it's like a relationship, you know, and you go and you see some red flags, but you don't quite understand. And then all of a sudden a big door comes up, and then you see, well I'm not.
Well, I've seen you at the meetings. I've seen you so many times. You're very passionate at what you do. And, you know, if you're good with these students,
It hurts deeply.
I'd hate to see you out of that setting. I understand the rules. I really do. Mrs. Hornbuckle explains to me about the certification. I understand all of that. But you're a very passionate person. You've been to these meetings. You teach these kids. And I hope wherever they transfer you, it's within that career tech.
Yeah, again, the startup is very expensive. I worked on there's been a lot of programs started since I've been there. And I've worked on the facilities to help get them going, to do paint and trim and things like that, to help them on cosmetology or whatever, the different ones.
Yeah.
Even the facility maintenance program is new. They've added programs, and I was there to see those being added. I'm not sure I would do. I know that we are doing. We're supposed to be growing, and I want to grow, and they're adding buildings, and my pay wage isn't all that. I don't know. It's not that costly, and the funding isn't that much that they put in the program. I don't feel so. We can create revenue if that's what it needs. We do a lot of community service where we don't charge a lot of the stuff. All the high schools, we have done work for all of those. Every school. I can't name too many that we haven't. Anything I could do, I've always figured out a way of doing it. I don't go back and say I'm a victim and I don't know how. My hands are tied. I don't have the money. I can't get it done. It's not that big of a deal. Move on.
Mr. McMasters?
Yes.
I would like to thank you, the students, who built the beds for these children.
He's done a lot of good things.
I appreciate you all and all your support. And the public has always been great to me, and I appreciate it. The students do most of the work, all the work. I just push them at times, and I'm glad they put up with me sometimes. So I want to thank you all, though, and I know we'll meet again, I guess, maybe. Okay?
But you gave a child a bed. That being so.
Madam President, I would like to be able to address the question that you're asking about transfer.
Yes, I
And
wish you would.
Ms. Hornbuckle, I don't know if you're prepared to answer that, or we can have Mr. Hardesty explain how the transfer process has to work as it relates to these, in the criteria that has to be met in order to transfer a person, so.
Okay. I'd like to hear that.
Mr. Hardesty, will you swear him in, please? Sorry.
Take that off, Tim.
Madam President, do you care to swear him in?
I'll swear you in.
Yes, please, if you-
I solemnly swear that the testimony that I'm about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Okay.
You're done. Mr. Hardesty, Mr. Masters, and without getting into too much detail, as we are in public, could you just give us a brief explanation of the transfer process?
Yes, the overview of the transfer process is outlined in state code. And the state code requires us to identify when we are given positions, and what we do is match the appropriate person to the position being eliminated. And so then what we have to do is, under state code, is we look at all certifications that the employee has, and then whichever employee and we rank all of those in seniority list with their certifications. We look at the least senior employee in any of those certification areas, and that's where the most senior person goes. And so there's a specific spot where everyone goes. The reason we can't tell them when we give them a letter prior to April 1st is because if something happens between April and this meeting, and that's a vacancy, state law also does not allow you to transfer to a vacancy. It has to be into a position currently held by someone else. And so the way the state law requires us to do it is to put them in an unassigned, or as we call it, subsequent assignment that retains them as an employee. And then on the next board agenda, all of their assignments will be given based on where they're going to land, based on that workflow.
So all the subsequent assignments will be.
Can you turn your mic on?
I think it is.
Okay. All the subsequent assignments will be on the next agenda.
Yes, Madam
Okay.
President.
You know why that's important? Because it's keeping people in limbo.
Yes.
And if I were a teacher, if I were Mr. Masters, I would, I'd be wondering, where they're gonna put me, And I think
Right.
the sooner they know, the better.
I completely agree. That's one of the reasons we try to make sure that we address all of these in person, because the process is very outlined, and it's very detailed in state code on how we have to do it. And there are a lot of questions for our employees when they receive a letter like that.
Okay.
And so we can't tell them when we give them a letter before April 1st, because if something were to happen that's not the case, or they don't get voted on, then all of that shuffling happens differently because of the seniority list. So the
Understand.
transfers still go by the seniority in the classification area.
Should know next week where your assignment is gonna be. So hopefully.
So the ruling is it's going to be cut, the program's going to be cut?
Well, we haven't decided that. And you all can decide if you want to vote on these individually, if you want to vote on them, on the whole entire 5,000
Because the
section.
statement that was said.
Just let her finish.
Just, and that's up to you all, how you decide, if you want to vote individually on each of our hearings, or if you want to vote on the entire 5,000 series together.
Well, what would the vote be? What would the question be on the vote?
This one would be for, I think it's 5.01, whether or not we would proceed with the transfer of Mr. Masters.
You want us to proceed with your,
Well, Actually,
Sure.
Ms. Hornbuckle,
Sure.
I want to make sure I clarify this for the board. 5.01 is the hearing. I believe Mr. Masters is within the agenda under RIF. So if the board wants to entertain, you have several options, Madam President. You could approve the personnel section as you normally do, or you could separate out individual persons like you do when sometimes you recuse yourself, and vote on this one separately as it relates to Mr. Masters. The board would have that discretion based upon the motion that would be provided by a board member.
well, we're gonna have to find he's being transferred. There's no question about that.
Mhm.
Right? There's no question that he is. gonna
He is
be-
being transferred to a position,
Yeah,
yes.
because of I understand that. So, Mr. Masters, if you want us to vote for that during that section, or do you want to vote, I mean.
I would like to know if the program is going to be cut or not, yes.
Well, I don't know about that.
If I could find that out better, tonight, sure, if that's what you're asking me. I'm not sure of the question.
And Madam President, the answer to that is that we are asking you to vote on this evening, so he will have an answer.
Next week.
No, he'll have an answer
Tonight.
tonight, if you all vote on it tonight.
If we vote on it
But
tonight.
it's on the agenda to vote on it tonight.
Yeah, well, it just says subsequent assignment, but it doesn't tell him where he's going, does it?
He will know where he's going on the next agenda.
On the next agenda.
Of where it's being transferred. Actually, I don't know, do we do letters letting them know, Mr. Hardesty?
We do not. I think Mrs. Smith is here. She may be able to answer that better than I do, but I do not believe we give an individual letter of where. After the board after board action, we give a letter letting them know what board action is. But we do let them all know to watch the board agenda as it's posted.
And just to clarify, Mr. Hardesty, is there a problem in state code that after this evening, if the board was to approve the recommended transfer, or the recommended, transfer, that you could tell Mr. Masters where he's being placed? Does anything in state code prohibit that because the board would have approved it at this point?
We could tell him where the projected placement is. The problem is if something happens between now and the next board meeting that causes that to be a vacancy, he can't go there because of state code.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense or not, but.
No, that does. It tells me that we can unofficially tell him
Absolutely.
where we plan to put him on the agenda
Yes.
as soon as probably this evening, really.
But there is a
Yes.
probability I could stay where I'm at and you could keep the program in place.
I can't answer that question.
I can't answer that either.
But, okay. I will know tonight if it was, how it was voted on though.
Yes.
And I believe what Madam President was stating, it's 5370, and everybody's listed in there. So it's hard to take one person, because they're not listed by individual numbers, they're all listed under that subsequent assignment section.
Okay.
Question, Mrs. Bond?
May I
Yes,
address
yeah.
Mr. Masters? Mr. Masters, I think we would be doing a disservice to our students if you, please do not leave Cabell County Schools. I want you to tell me what your class is. Do you consider this an introductory course? We have classes at Midland, at Huntington High, that don't end in some form of completer certificate, that they are truly taken for the enjoyment and the enrichment of those students. They take them because they want to learn this thing, okay? Is your class like that? Does it offer that enrichment? What are you teaching them?
It teaches them a skill set that it was designed basically whenever they went to academies to get you motivated into a certain area that you learned you had a stepping place to go to before you went straight in to heating and air, construction, all those things.
So you
it's a stepping.
introduce them
I introduce them
to all those programs.
all those programs, and they get to even work hands-on. I've got students back here probably went. Some go to welding, some go auto body, some do. They all hands-on, but they know the safety. They know how to use tools. They know how to follow the directions of the instructor or their supervisor. Because we do simulated workplace, I get them all involved in what's going to happen to them next, whenever
Okay.
they're juniors, seniors, and things like that.
So-
So it's a great program. All the students learn so much in their skill sets, and those skills are needed in this area. I know that they are, because I know that there's people who even said, I think it was with the Salvation Army, someone said that, it'd be best if we'd done more of the vocational type of things to help people get a hand up instead of a hand out. They want to get those things started and get things going in the right direction. And I would love to continue to do what I'm doing, and I will work hard and get the numbers or whatever they need to be if that's what it's going to take. 'Cause I don't give up. I don't give up.
Your class sounds to me like a place where students can come and they can learn what they want to do and maybe what they don't want to do. You're opening that door to me. I am an advocate for CTE, and I personally feel we need those introductory courses so that students can get in there and see what options that they have.
And it's hard to pick up something in 2 years, a junior and senior, and become a professional carpenter. It's not going to happen. You know, you would take English for 12 years. You know, this introduction gets them to go in the right direction. And before they make a wrong direction. If you've ever been in college and you change majors, you know what it's going to cost you. You got to go all the way back out. You got to start all over again. My class is the introduction that they learn about it, and all of them make good decisions in the area that they have enjoyment in, and they can actually progress and hopefully make a career out of it and be a part of the community here. And they build up a lot of relations with all the community people we get involved with. There's people that's enjoyed it enough, and they've enjoyed the company of the students that they have hired them. So I don't think there's a downfall to the program. I wish you would consider keeping the program and keeping it going in the right direction for the community and for the students that are here.
Madam President, I would ask that Mrs. Bond also allow Mr. Barnett to respond to her question from an administrative perspective as well, please.
Okay, Mr. Barnett.
I'll take care of it.
I wanted to know the source of the program, serving as an introductory to our students to introduce them to the other programs that you offer that do have those completer certificates. When I'm going in, I know I'm good with my hands, but I don't know where I want to go. It seems like Mr. Masters is providing that class to help guide those kids to those careers, and I want growth at CTE. I want our students to grow there and to go there, but to have the guidance to see where their talents lie. It seems like that's what his program is doing, if I'm understanding correctly.
No one's questioning that. This was a business decision, plain and simple. I was told we have to make a cut somewhere. I look at everything, weigh everything out equally, and that was what we came up with.
So it comes down to money,
Yes.
doesn't it always?
So there was no other way that you could, no other cut you could make other than that
All-
would be less significant?
They're all significant.
Yeah,
And
I
all
take
the
that back.
programs,
They're
you
all
know,
significant, but I'm saying, is there any other one that could have been cut?
based on the enrollment, no.
No.
And I think just to clarify what Mr. Barnett is saying is that when he looked at all of his courses and he knew that he had to make a decision to eliminate, he looked at the course requests, he looked at what led to a certification. He used a process of elimination to make that decision.
Sure.
And of course, you know, the RIF and transfers that are before the board tonight are never easy decisions. If we had the ability to not do any of them, we would absolutely do it. You know, but as we have had a decline in enrollment, and you know, we've been trying to strategically budget so that we prioritize as much into being able to get what we need in our classrooms as possible right now. But also, you know, the board has also tasked me with being able to find a creative way to be able to put more money into our employees' pockets to make sure their salaries are competitive with surrounding counties and those types of things. We can't do all of those things in the budget that we want to be able to do unless we trim from time to time. And some of it's trimming, and some of it's, you know, reorganizing, and so that we are a more efficient and more healthy school district. In this situation, Mr. Barnett, you know, had a difficult decision to make because it affects people. But as he said, this was a decision that he was trying to make for the health of his organization and to quite frankly strengthen the CTE program over time. I do hear Ms. Bond's concerns over the benefits, because I agree, the benefits of elective programs that help attach a student's interest so that they want to pursue other things.
Yes.
Our high schools have those, you're exactly right. But if the enrollment in those programs are not attracting students into them so that they are beneficial to more students, then we have to find ways to be able to build programs where more students are going to enroll, to be able to help justify salaries in those positions. And Mr. Masters has done an exceptional job in community outreach and in meeting the needs of the students that he's had assigned to him that have taken his courses, and we are very, very proud of that work. But there, as it has also been laid out, there are other programs at the Career Center that when a student is introduced to them, they're going to get a lot of those same experiences and the opportunities to acquire a skill that leads to a certification. And so I think for all those reasons, that's why this recommendation, it was being made tonight, and we wanted to give Mr. Masters an opportunity for a hearing, which we've been able to do.
This is never easy. I've been through this 3 times in my career. As far as being ripped or transferred, I was ripped once, transferred twice in my career. It's never easy.
Yeah, it is a hard decision, I'm sure, to cut anybody. I just hate, Mr. Masters, that this is happening to you. I really do. I think you do.
Again, it's not me, it's the students that I'm here for. I know what you're saying, and I admire that too, but they're what counts, and I still would hope you reconsider because it's not much money to keep the program going. To start one up is a lot, because I know how much is put into the other programs. And this program has been budgeted in for 10 years. And started with some other people, and I do hope that you could send them a letter for appreciation, because, like I said, my program was the building technology program they started means a lot to a lot of students in the past, and I hope it would mean some to the future too, because we need it in our area, and I'd love to continue doing.
Thank you, Mr. Masters. Okay, you want to vote on this one item in particular, or do you want to?
Madam President, that's your, the board's decision as to how the motion will be carried out. I'm sorry.
Does the board want to vote to address Mr. Masters' situation now, or do you want to wait and do them all at one time? What is the board's pleasure?
I have some questions.
Ask a question.
I know it's probably gonna shake some people up. You know, I'm looking at 5369P.
Hold on.
Reduction in force,
Okay.
professional personnel.
Okay.
I'm looking at 5370, transfer professional personnel. I'm looking at 5121, sub-assignments, reassignments. That's service personnel. 5122, reduction. My theory is there has never been a time in our school system in Cabell County that our employees have worked so dedicated for this county. They have been put under a lot of pressure. And here, we're going to put them under more pressure by cutting them, not assigning them. I make a recommendation for the 2021 to the 2022 year, it be left alone for these people. They've worked hard. They've given it. They've come in and worked. Put their health on the line and their families so our children could have an education. It may not have been the best, but they worked at it. That's the way I feel.
Anybody else? It is a tough decision, and it's a very emotional decision, and you know, it's Mr. Sachs say it's all about funding. It's all about funding.
Well, and it's also about being able to manage. It's about the budget and being able to prioritize the budget in a manner that the board has also directed this administration to be able to try to accomplish. And so You know, I will tell you that I have been working diligently with our treasurer to be able to, when the budget comes forward in a month, is it a month, Mr. Rotgun? Couple weeks, that I'll be bringing you a proposal for a significant employee pay raise. We have worked really hard. You all issued me that challenge. I can't do it unless we trim personnel. And here's the other thing: is that as we trim, we're going to be adding we're reorganizing some other positions. We're creating some other positions with federal funds, so that I can't guarantee everybody's going to have a job, but I will tell you, in the past, we've been able to rehire every single person that's been put on preferred recall. So I do know that there's a little bit of limbo in where am I transferred to. The people that are put on transfer, they still have a job. They're still going to have their salary. If they're on preferred recall, they're given priority in any job that's posted. And as I mentioned before at the last board meeting, we have the ESSERF money that's coming in that we're going to be able to post these interventionist jobs, professional jobs. There's other positions that we're going to be, now they're grant funded for 2 years, but there's going to be opportunities for people that have not been transferred, that are on RIF, to be able to apply for those jobs as well. And so I feel very confident that one of the things that we're actually not going to have, we're going to have a problem hiring people with some of our federal money that we're going to have. So again, you know, when we ask about does it come down to money, yes, it absolutely comes down to money, but it's coming down to money because I'm trying to prioritize the money the way that the board has asked me to prioritize it, which is to try to put also more money into the pockets of all of our employees.
In other words, you're gonna hire people, and then maybe a year from now, reduction in force?
That is absolutely.
I hate this.
I understand, but the federal money that's coming in is not long-term money. The federal money coming in is only good for 2 years, so we'll have grant-funded positions that we would be able to hire people in. Yes.
What, could you use that money to keep these people for 2 years?
I can't do the pay raise and keep people. I can't. That's the problem.
We don't have care money, sir?
We do have care money. Yes.
I mean, you know how passionate I am.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Madam President, there was still a motion on the floor, though.
I'm sorry.
There was still
I
a
have
motion.
To extend the 5369 and 5370 professional, 5121 service, 5122 service. To extend it for the year 2122. That was my motion.
You've heard the motion. Do I hear a second? No seconds? I'll second it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion fails for a lack of a quorum. Okay.
Madam President.
We still had the issue of whether or not we were going to vote on Mr. Masters individually, or if we were going to proceed with our other hearings this evening.
It's gonna go on the 5,000 series.
Was that the board's pleasure? Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna do that now.
Actually,
Well, we have
we have another hearing.
5.02.
I know. I've got a hearing, and then we got another hearing. And, okay, the other hearing that we have, is it a closed session?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, I need a motion to go into executive session.
I make a motion that we go into executive session.
Second. Been moved by Mrs. Vaughn, second by Mrs. Pauley, that we go into, or Smalley. I say Pauley, I'm getting a little daffy now. Okay, and then we go into executive session for item 5.02, hearing for proposed transfer of professional employee. Okay.
Madam
All those in
President.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. You called it right on the head. Can come out of executive session?
Second. Mr. Parsons moved, Mrs. Smalley seconds, that we come out of the executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, we're going to vote on the 5,000 series with the exception of, hold on.
5.05.
What?
5.05.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna vote on the 5,000 series with the exception of, 5.05. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make motion, Madam Chair.
Second. Okay, Mr. Shaw moves, Mrs. Smalley seconds that we approve the 5,000 series with the exception of 5.05. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, do we
Madam
want to
President,
take?
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify for the record. I'm sorry, Madam President, I just want to clarify for the record. The vote was 4 to 1. 4 to 1. Thank
Did you
you.
vote no?
You did, yes.
Okay, the vote was 4 to 1, Mr. Parsons being the nay vote. Okay, you want to take a small break?
I was going to suggest that in transition for this next part, people could use the restroom as we go into the room. So we do have a
Okay.
hearing if you want
Okay,
to,
then we need to call another executive.
yes, to discuss
Okay.
Employee discipline.
Okay,
I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
who wants the second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Bond moves, Mr. Small, Mr. Parsons moves, Mrs. Bond seconds, we go in executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're in executive session. If you need to use the restrooms or whatever, do it now.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're in the personnel section.
I thought we were gonna vote on those separately.
We did, we did them all. There really was no reason to do them separately, was there?
Shouldn't we have voted on the master?
Executive
They
session.
wanted before we came out here, we said we were gonna vote separately.
And then you voted that we go back, we're back in.
Okay. keep
This
going.
is on the employee discipline.
Yeah, but we want to do separate on 501, 502, 503. They want to do those separate. So,
We're only ready to do 501 and 502.
yes, yeah, 501 and 502, right.
Okay, so
We need to go back out of
so
executive.
you'll need to come back out of executive session, and
vote on
there
that.
needs to be a vote to rescind the previous board action.
Yeah, I need a motion to rescind the previous board action.
No, you need to come out of executive session first.
I did.
Madam Chairman,
No,
We
you have to
did.
vote for it.
Okay, come out of executive session.
Second?
Okay.
Motion by Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Shaw moves, Mrs.
Second.
Parsons seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're out of executive session. Now, we're gonna go back. This has really been a meeting, and I have to keep up with.
I don't,
We're we're going back and we're going to vote separately on.
I'm sorry, Madam President, I do apologize.
That's all
Can I
right.
just give you some procedural guidance?
Please. Yeah.
We need a vote to rescind the previous board action
Right.
on the 5,000 series
I
first.
thought we did. Or was that the executive?
That was the
Okay, now I
I
need
make a motion, we
rescind.
send 5,000 series.
I second that motion.
And Mr. Parsons moved, Mrs. Bond seconds, that we rescind our previous motion on the 5,000 series. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, now we're back to the 5,000 series. Give me a motion.
Have to do these separately.
You want to do them
Yes, sir.
separate? Okay, we'll
Yeah.
do, okay. We are doing 5.01.
Okay. Let me just think about this to make sure that it's done correctly, so hang on a
Okay.
second, because I believe, Mr. Hardesty, I need you to come up here, please, and get Ms. Smith too. I'm sorry, up to the podium. The first one was Mr. Masters. Where is Mr. Masters on the agenda, please?
5370.
5370.
Wait a minute.
Yes, okay, so, if you look under 5370, you'll want to, we're going to end up voting on that, on Brett Masters' subsequent assignment, which is under transfers. So he's being transferred to subsequent assignment. You'll need to vote on that one first.
Okay, let's vote on that one first. We're voting on Mr. Masters, item 5370. Need a motion.
And so, Madam President, let me do it this way. Madam President and board members, I'm recommending, under item 5370, the transfer of professional personnel, specifically Mr. Brett Masters, from his Cabell County Career Technology Center Foundations in Engineering and Construction Systems to subsequent assignment.
Okay. You've heard the recommendation. Do I hear a motion? Fails for a lack of a motion. Okay, let's go to the next one. Where
Be
is,
Mrs. Scott.
Mrs. Scott?
She's also under 5370.
Which one?
She's also under 5370.
Okay, she's 5370. Okay, so I need a motion, and that would be, again, how did you say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Take her out of the.
I'm recommending that Brenda Scott be transferred from her position at Crossroads Academy in the lead teacher/principal position for grades 6 through 12, 223 days to subsequent assignment.
Okay, you've heard the motion. You've heard the recommendation. Now I need a motion. Dies for lack of a motion. Okay. Now we'll vote on the entire series,
Except 5.05, please.
except 5.5. Okay.
I make a motion, we accept the 5,000 series.
Mrs. Smalley moves.
I second that motion.
Mrs. Vaughn seconds that we.
I'm sorry.
That we approve the remaining 5,000 series with the exception of 505.
Yes, thank you. Before you vote, though, Mr. Hardesty?
Just procedurally, I just wanted to clarify, if you are not voting on those two, you need to pull those out. If you leave them in, you're voting on them.
Well, there you
I'm not sure what the board's desire is, so.
Okay, so in the motion, we just need to pull Brett
Remove
Masters
those
and Brenda
names.
Scott.
Okay, so
Need to remove
we're
the-
voting on the 5,000 series with the exclusion of Mr. Masters and Mrs. Scott.
And
Correct.
5.05.
5.05.
And 505, okay.
And 505.
Okay, now you've heard.
Is that?
Motion. Mrs. Smalley.
Yes. I make-
Mrs.
So
Mrs.
moved.
So moved by Mrs. Smalley. Seconded
I second.
by Mrs. Bond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
No. No? No. Okay. Let the record show the vote was 4, To one, Mr. Parsons voted no. Okay. Now, we go, you want a motion to go in executive session?
To discuss employee discipline, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I need a motion to go back into executive session.
Motion to go back into executive session.
Second?
It's moved by Mr. Parsons, seconded by Ms. Smalley. We go back into executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're in executive session. We are breaking you in good.
You are.
He's in the lecture hall.
Are you gonna rescind your
No, the reason I
application?
voted no is because I can't,
I hope not.
I can't
We
see
need
those
you.
people being losing their positions.
We took them off. That's why I couldn't, that's why we took.
Well, no, she told us on Tuesday and
They
did some
died for a lack of
she
promotion.
officially.
I mean, if this was for the whole group, is one of the reasons I voted no.
Yeah, but motion to come out of executive session?
Motion to come out of executive session?
Second?
It's been moved by Mr. Parsons, seconded by Mrs. Vaughn, that we come out of executive session. We are now dealing, we've been in there so long, dry. We are dealing with number 5-02, professional personnel. Mr. Sachs, do you want to make a recommendation?
I do. Can you just give me 1 minute? No, never mind. I can talk to Ms. Hornbuckle. Never mind.
I've got to find my agenda.
Is it
My
fine?
goodness.
Is it 8 to the 6?
Uh-huh.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, the recommendation's in there for you. I
We
have the
did.
recommendation over there.
Skip moved and I seconded.
Yeah. Okay, we are back, and I am asking for the recommendation on item 5.03, professional personnel.
Madam President, board members, I'm recommending that the board ratify an unpaid suspension beginning April 8th, 2021, and terminate the contract of Brent Gerald.
Okay, I will ask, you've heard the recommendation. I'm gonna ask for a roll call on this. Mrs. Smalley?
No.
Mr. Parsons?
Yes.
Mrs. Bond?
No.
Mr. Shaw?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So that makes it 3 yeses, 2 noes. The recommendation is approved. Okay, that concludes that part of the agenda. Is Mr. Marone still here?
Yes, Madam President. It's my understanding that we had an individual that was not able to make delegations but would like to address the board. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So
You've earned your,
so if you want to come forward, 3 minutes. So if you want to.
I will be brief. Good morning, everybody.
and good
Yes,
morning.
good morning.
You'll get it.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I am here as a parent in support of allowing the private school kids to compete in the county championship. I have a unique perspective because I have a son at Midland who went to Barbersville, ended up at Midland, and has had a wonderful experience. But I also have twin daughters at St. Joe, and they too have had a great experience as well. And choosing between private and public, there's a lot of reasons why people do it. Athletics typically isn't one of them, based on my experience. So we have two options in front of you. One is an option of inclusion, right? One allows these kids to compete in the county that they live in. And the other option is exclusion. Now, let me address some of the issues that might have been brought up or some of the concerns. One, that there is several of these kids that are out of district or out of state. I can only speak from the perspective of St. Joe. That's my point of reference. 95% of the kids that go to St. Joe live in Cabell County. That's a fact. The other thing is, you know, the concern was, well, we have small crowds and we may not buy as many concessions, and I'm not sure I quite understand that argument. What I do understand is we pay taxes, right? We do pay taxes in Cabell County, and we've all seen what we're assessed, and hey, the majority of our taxes go to support the schools, and we do it willingly. We look forward to it. Hey, having a strong public school system benefits us all, right, as property owners. We want the best schools. Many of us voted for the bond because we want better schools, even though these are schools my kids won't take advantage of. My son will be graduated at the time, and my daughters may go across the street to the high school. But it's good for our community to have a strong public schools. So it's not about that. It's not about public versus private. Recruiting, I don't know, at the high school level in some of the larger cities, there might be active recruiting. I can tell you based on the results at the middle school, we're not very good recruiters. And that's really not
30 seconds to wrap.
why we do it. But to wrap up, you know, we would like you to vote for option one. There's a path forward, which includes us, you know, paying the fees, joining the WVSSAC, helping to support the county financially. Option two is a bad option, because in the language itself, it just says, hey, we can still participate during the regular season, we just can't participate for a championship. Plus the fact you need to change the name to the Cabell County Public School Championship should tell you all you need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are we ready to make a motion? Mrs. Smalley, you
yes,
want
ma'am.
to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we adopt option two.
And
I will
option two.
second that motion.
You want to read option two out, so for the record.
Well, it's quite lengthy. Option two, private schools are not included in championship games. Sports will include basketball, cheerleading, tennis, track, cross-country, golf, basketball, football, volleyball, and wrestling. Participating schools will remain the Cabell County Public Schools of Barbersville Middle, Milton Middle, Huntington East, and Huntington Middle. Cabell County schools would continue to participate with private schools in regular season activities. No fees would be required, as they would not participate in any Cabell County Public School Championship. All championship games would be titled Cabell County Public School Championship.
Okay, you've heard Mrs. Smalley's motion, and you are making that motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
Motion was seconded by Mrs. Bond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It passes. Sorry. Okay. Okay, we'll go on to the next item. I'm sorry you had to wait so long.
It was worth the wait.
And I truly am sorry. I really am. Okay. Item 6.02 is any special board items? I hope not.
We have legal updates.
We do? Oh, right, I was gonna, okay. Okay, there's no legal updates, so I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion we adjourn.
Mr. Parsons moves.
Second motion.
Mr. Shaw seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.
I can't move.